remember me, sweet bravery, 'cause after all those wings will take you up so high. So bid the forest floor goodbye as you race the wind and take to the sky. Alright, looks like everything's up and running. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Last we left off, we had been partway through episode 3, and we're getting to, I believe it labeled it as the final confrontation on the save file, or something like that. So now we will be returning to that. Open up the game. Oh. Yes. What on earth is downloadable content? What's it talking about for that? I still haven't put thumbnails on any of these, because, like, there's not been a consistent thing to make a thumbnail background with. I've been going just all over the place. Very odd. I should do that at some point, but ugh. Anything else? I have been making my way through, what's it called? Professor Layton and the Unwound Future, just like on my own, because Professor Layton's not good for stream, it turns out. You know, it's fun. I should probably focus in on it a bit more, seeing as the, actual timing of the games, where did I put that? It's over here. Let's see. It's like after the second investigation game, it's supposed to be the Phoenix Wright versus Ace Attorney, or versus Professor Layton, whatever. So I should probably speed up my playing of the Unwound Future and then the Last Spectre, which I had fully forgotten to put on this list at all, but, you know. I could probably not worry about Miracle Mask since I already played it, but, you know. That's stuff for my own time, though, since, except for the crossover one. Though I do have to get that emulator set up. I have not actually done it. I did, like, half of it. Whatever. March 13th, 3:45 p.m., Gatewaterland main gate. Where's the I thought the different person was saying. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Well, let's get down to it. We'll rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I swapped the heads. What do we have here? Some wings? Oh, it's another pendant! That's 2 treasures in one tea! Lucky's hat. And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. It's probably... yeah. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. Lauren D. Was that anyone specific? aren't Pops. Miss Pop's pendant data jotted down in my organizer. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Hi. We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Why did you put the guy who was kidnapped in handcuffs? Like, I know he definitely set it up himself, but I'm not sure we actually got there yet. Why is he in handcuffs? Odd. No, you don't understand. Ollie, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding! Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look how careless they are. How are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges. I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. Why are you covering for this guy? He sucks. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. Well, you've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? You gonna cut your hair? What are you doing? It's fine if you are the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. Think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Miss Pop's confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There. Satisfied, she just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times? That's it. Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Not so fast!
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't see that one coming. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? Oh, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that was it, too. And I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again, someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Let's go for it. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think that Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never know what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right! They're the same color and they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Huh? Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. But no, that can't be. So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore. That name, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devore's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. The specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind this pendant.
Take that!
Mr. Devore had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops. That's a lie! That person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. You still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? You think he's much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact? It's no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof they didn't know of their true relationship, right? You're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Hold it!
Precisely, and what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Knuckle fast!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. I can tell you that I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact?
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano.
Hold it!
One as a butler, and one as the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? Okay, so we're probably not bringing up the idea that the son was involved. But what are we looking for? Cause of death, moved it. Not helpful. We got costumes. Any good use of their meetings to plan this kidnapping? Maybe this isn't the thing we need to argue about. No coincidence. It's like something else entirely. One D is engraved into this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning? I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, K. Faraday. Suppose if I had to do the same, I'd also abbreviate it as M. Edgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as M.E. Get it? I would have thought this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation. It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know? I was only talking about its shape, okay? Oh, was that what you were talking about? But, you know, if we're talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. And that's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? Sorry that it's not made of the expensive stuff. She made that by herself. It's incredibly well crafted. That's not helpful in any way. It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. It's got a real dignified look on its face. That makes it all the more... No, Mr. Edgeworth! What? Did you find an important piece of evidence? This is made of platinum silver. That makes this thing super valuable. I've seen this type of jewelry a lot at stores before, so I know it when I see it. Okay, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry... What, me? I'd never do something like that. Is it possible she's never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? And Colin Devore is engraved here. I really admire people who carve their own names into a pendant. Oh, and why would that be? You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby? It's not as if I have a wedding band and I have no interest in accessorizing. I suppose. Anyway, you know what? More than wearing flashy accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I can find all around the world. A sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalizing is just a bit different. What are we looking for? What am I looking for? I'm trying to say... Do I want to point out that there were 3 people involved, or... Am I still trying to argue against the fact that she knew about him? It's possible they knew that fact. Do I have something to argue against that concept? I know this is gonna help. Whereabouts unknown after escape from Penny-Dent prison, stole a gun from a guard during his escape. Thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Could say that he didn't go there and introduce himself. Maybe? Not quite sure what I'm
Objection!
trying to get at. That doesn't seem to be it. Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence.
Not so fast!
Hongzi says, confidence is like a soul. Words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong. You wouldn't let him lecture you about self-confidence like that? I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Isn't it possible they both knew that fact? And we're presumably trying to say no, but about what? Pendant shaped like a pair of wings. One D. That's unrelated. Bad badger head. Okay, so what is it I need to look for here? Prove that they didn't know each other? The pendant doesn't prove that. We're in D. The fact that it is just a D. No coincidence, they became involved. I don't really have anything stating how they got there. Two of them make good use to plan this kidnapping.
Hold it!
I mean, how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives. With their partner. No one suspect their family. Wrong. First things first, this is line of logic factually correct. Was the crime really committed by the two of them, by this father-daughter pair? Okay. By the two of them. There's something to tie her away, or maybe just point out that three were taken?
Objection!
Okay. I was looking for the wrong thing to argue about. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. There you are.
Take that!
Lance Amato. Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? Oh, he already had handcuffs and they just didn't take them off. Let's see. No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Lance's testimony. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume? Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? See the prosecutor, because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? That was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. And out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker. They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already and all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. And you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely 2 people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. The kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. What do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them. You may look refined on the outside. But it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone.
Hold it!
And those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you're still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I'm chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed. I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose? Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy, it was hanging right there in the room on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation and how we made our escape. Indeed, and although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway under a theme park? Ooh, that just sounds like so much fun. I wonder if there's something off about the way Lance made his escape. Was used to jam the handle of the door's hidehouse door. So we don't have anything else that...
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Shina? Yes, that's correct. And take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I was disoriented. Yes, that's it, I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? You honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime.
Take that!
Put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates, after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that 1 million, but now, that dream's over. Oh, Lance. And you are giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lily. Oliver even helped us with that plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. I left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left at first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume. Took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Holly, then it really was you. Chain of events. That man was not my father, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. And that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Holly, forgive me, I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true. Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, okay? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. What? All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? All right. $1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? There's like condensation on the window, I think. I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Left arm. Miss Pops, please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Alright,
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... That's why I used the gun I got from Lance.
Hold it!
He got it on. You shot Mr. Deacon. Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. Probably had that fun gun that fired blanks from the original Badger costume. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Left hand. Dominant hand right.
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. According to this, your father was right-handed. Then... The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Knuckle back!
Now hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. Think you need to take a refresher course? The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? And again, I suppose I can't expect someone who's never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness, out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger pulling a suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. And if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands.
Take that!
Oh. Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor. That doesn't show me diddly squat.
I knew it! What I saw was just a mirage!
Wait, I can explain. Miss Pops said that the Bad Badger had a gun in his left hand and the suitcase in his right. But the Bad Badger costume has a model gun attached to its right hand, which is what created this contradiction about which hand did what. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half?
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body.
Oh, I get it now.
The head Miss Pops saw was probably the real head of the Bad Badger. However, it is not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger. Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. I mean, the one we have over here is this one.
Take that!
His head may have been with the Bad Badger, but his body was the Blue Badger's. Blue Badger. Hold on, let's see here. Who was it that had one of these on?
I did.
And so did Officer Meekin's pal. Nice try, Beer. Okay, Officer Meekins has been placed under arrest after all. Wait. I'd like to strike what I just said from the record and give my explanation. They all look the same. And I couldn't check it, but...
Take that!
What the heck is it? The heck is it?
It's the Proto Badger.
Yes, it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the Blue Badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the Pink Badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that's left is the Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume?
That would be Lance.
Knuckle back!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon. On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing. The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There's but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
What? No!
That's slander. Take it back! You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Knuckle back!
Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question.
Not so fast!
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. What Miss Pop saw?
I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already been subdued and restrained by Mr. Deacon. He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time.
And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route.
So each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down, and I saw that sadness in his eyes.
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
It tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
The room next door. That's where Edgeworth was. And are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. It just had to be Mr. Deacon.
She saw a Bad Badger head.
The cat detective had a bad badger's head on, so I'm sure it was absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied-up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume.
Yes, and?
It would appear she misread the whole situation. And now, should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Pops, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim.
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costume to escape together. Or so you pretended.
What do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway.
Not so fast!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Is Lance just in a completely different style than everyone around him? Like, shading-wise, and the line art's different a bit, too. Why does he look like that? That's very odd. Tidal wave. We've heard a lot coming out. We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold.
That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor.
Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Please, wait. Mr. Romano. Oh, Miles, my boy. Looks like you're really giving it your all. Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Tad! Let's see, you are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is?
It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing. And a gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these things myself. Looks like they were in the water somewhere. It appears they were disposed of in the sea. Ugh, is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is this scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What the Chief of Police? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
Oh, there. Ow. There is no need to be so upset. What was that? I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. I think you are. Oh, no. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver, plus with the gun. The only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What the? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it. These are the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's start with the bullet hole. This bullet hole looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Okay, so you shot him at point blank. Why is that? Because it's proof that the victim was shot at a point blank range. Victim's costume data updated my organizer, gunpowder burn, proof he was shot point blank. Gun. And this gun being the actual murder weapon. Revolver data used to kill Deacon was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume head.
Hey, they sparkle! I bet they're really valuable.
Kinda just looks like glass. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Mirror fragments data. These were found inside the victim's costume. Why were they there in the first place? Are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Decisive evidence. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh?
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You ruined me. Why won't you believe me even in the face of all this evidence? Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
Oh, what? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? That's kind of early. Perhaps I should wait and see how this pans out first.
It was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder.
You have it all wrong, allowing her to pay the price as a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life.
Hold it!
Why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pops' life?
I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. Keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping.
In that case, why did he not target you as well?
That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Oh, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found.
I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress.
More than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what will happen to Lolly. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense? I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances.
Really? Oh, thank goodness.
However, self-defense was not necessary in this case.
What do you mean?
Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing?
You still don't believe a word I say, do you?
This entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he is hiding from me, but not for long.
Hold it!
Suppose we need to raise this objection. Trying to pick an argument. I am arguing. Objection. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's print should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on that gun is... I found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun.
Can you let me hold it for a sec?
I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pop's prints are on it.
Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm going to run off with it. Only things I don't return are treasures.
Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. Point blank. She said she was at a distance.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Oh, that too.
But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints.
Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit, back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house.
To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose.
And there you have it. That is when Miss Popp's prints found their way onto the gun. You understand now, Mr. Mono? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Now is it about the gunpowder burn?
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then, I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range.
So then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was...
Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? That set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was imprisoned was... Got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. I suppose it would have been over here, right? Because that's what the Black Mirror shards are about.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? But
Take that!
these were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous.
However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Mono, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirmed this as a fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that.
Not so fast!
Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low.
Not so fast!
Probability. Hugsy says, On truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. Question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you?
Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See, since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain that the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove the murder took place at the haunted house, and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder.
What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah. I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house.
Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission?
Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright. Permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? Oh, that's her foot. I saw this weird red thing here. It's like, what is it? She's got, like, something on her shoe. That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth to be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Oh, no. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What's this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house. Can you, like, not read? What are you doing? The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewaterland Inc. has hereby bequeathed the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you?
I ran into the owner of the park earlier and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Only permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. You'd need to get a warrant.
stretch a bit. I should do that every now and then. Not going anywhere, just... Oh, what is on the floor? Why is it dusty? I should sweep, apparently. Alright. Alright, back to it. March 13th, 4:27 p.m., Gatewaterland main gate. So I'm going. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it, hold it, hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kei Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, we then factor in everyone's testimony. We can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. I thought she was just gonna, like, sneak in. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet. Maybe I have and maybe I haven't. I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was sent there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking toward the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance, what are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Okay. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what has happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vowed to never be caught by surprise again. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir! The space that I'm standing in, it's like out of some crazy dream. Except that this isn't a dream. This is something Kay's gadget. Oh wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm so glad you like it. Oh, so this is a product of your gadget. How I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal. Thanks. Alright, let's wrap up this case already. Times like these that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. Thanks for letting us use, little thief. Longzy says, reject not those who seek the truth. Keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing this for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. Hello? So have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk with you. Well, I'm fine with just a little thief in solving this case. A toy? It's very well made. That's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. So Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy. So it's all an delusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly late show. I guess you're from some other country. Maybe you can't read the local language, which could be English, or it could be Japanese, depending on what the localization is trying to do. Because I think they've lost the plot at this point. You can lie all you want, but it will all be for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this? After all that my dad has done for you. What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth.
If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever.
Now you sound like a dad.
Miss Pops, by my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me?
I am, but that is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops. No, I can't. I have Lance. Molly, don't tell me you like that guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. And
What exactly is she going on about?
I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all of this? You plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son. I said that all incorrect. You intend to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son. I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right there before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. I can go over here. Pieces of a set of armor in a pile here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormality.
Why did all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task. I remember glancing over and seeing this figure sitting here as I left the dining room.
So I guess I got it spot on when I put it here in my recreation.
Didn't take a good look, but I'm sure there was a badger here.
When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. Who's ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before?
Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards.
Like a mirror house, haunted house hybrid, this place is full of mirrors.
Hey, wait, these shards, there's something different about them.
Oh.
The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Mirror fragments stayed updated, different from the mirrors on the walls, very thick and has a design on the back. Interesting.
I imagine this is how he stuck up on you.
That gadget of yours can even replicate people's movements?
Well, it's used to plan heists, so of course it's got to be able to simulate the police.
It's definitely very well made. Perhaps too well made. Maybe I should confiscate it after the investigation. You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
To leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. Maybe worth a more thorough investigation yet.
Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword? Luminal.
The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless.
So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right?
Broken prop sword, updated in my organizer. Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this.
Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info.
I'm dressed in how I expected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's me. I have to say it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this.
Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time?
I don't recall, but I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping.
Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head.
If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit?
And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm with weapon in hand.
He has to club me with the left side of the prop sword.
Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face.
It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination or something not quite right?
No, the bad badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close.
Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger?
No sunglasses! Wearing in the dark makes him seem extra bad.
Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about the sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit has used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
The opposite side? Uh-huh.
If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit.
I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you.
Exactly. This prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right.
I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing.
Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The gun.
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition.
Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand...
It means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine, it was me. I hit you.
It appears that you lied to me yet again. Let's see how quickly they can catch up to you, Lance.
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Oh yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. You see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the Proto-Badger?
You got it. Here I go.
Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me.
Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and...
What exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? An amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, that was all I could do to hold my laughter in.
Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other.
You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening, but the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right?
Well, when you put it that way.
Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena!
Here you are.
Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The seven wonders of the haunted house, the disappearing badger.
What is this?
I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Gatewaterland pamphlet data updated in my organizer. Map and explanation of park attractions listed. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he lay down and pretended to be it instead.
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? You get it now, thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Get off your high horse.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me? You don't know where to quit, do you? I can't quit. Not until I can declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you'll have my thanks. There you go, Ken. I'll see if I care.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden.
If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding?
Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that that is Lance.
Oh, are you going to get him back?
I need not resort to violence. With no lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice.
Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. Someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works.
Her third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival.
This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide. But there's no place to hide in our current model.
There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun.
Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Is that the only thing here? Yes. The spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. Maybe that there's only supposed to be one?
Eureka!
Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger.
Huh? Like what?
The way the belt on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? Is it? That's not what I was trying to think of at all. I guess it is backwards.
That can't be! I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet.
So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? The blue badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. Mirror trick. It's not actually there. The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. Why? There must be some sort of explanation. It's one of those projection things you see sometimes. Or, well, I don't know if you see them, but they exist. I don't go to places that would have them, but I've heard about them. They were used for, like, making ghost dancing things at, some Disney attraction. The Haunted Mansion, maybe. I remember seeing that in a video. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier?
What I said earlier about what?
About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors.
A house of mirrors. Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image.
Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one.
And was the blue badger you saw just a reflection?
When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror...
Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right?
Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway.
Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me.
Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one that I can point out for you. This was the reason they built the mirror wall. For a mirror trick. Yeah, it's in here.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger.
You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? You said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there.
That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. And beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created.
Oh, so when they wanted to see people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror.
And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments has a sign on them.
Ah, and if the pattern is the same as on the other walls in this hallway,
And when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit.
huh? How so?
Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding in here.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot. One I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror,
Then you wouldn't be able to see him. You didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger at all.
exactly, all he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality?
Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume that it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. I have the money and go, now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information.
Ah, don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room.
You got it.
Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering.
You heard what? Then...
Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken.
Okay, so when you stepped outside into the hallway again,
The mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that.
got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his Proto Badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything.
No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you did not notice that this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies here, where the badger was supposed to be, and then you're gonna be like, oh, it was the
Take
corpse.
that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hallway.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction.
So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what did you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. Okay. Not the costume.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken.
Not so fast!
You were in the house at the time, right? You're telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot.
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Yeah. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself.
That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad! Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amato. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me. What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amato, about a case from 10 years ago. Oops. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it. Good, then you'll recall the trigger in that case was the Amato Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amato's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Father! Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amato. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you. Which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please, calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice, long chat. Oh. Who the heck was that? Hello there. Oh, it's that guy's the victim. I see. Yeah, the other guy did the murder earlier, but we were still in the past, that's right. I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Sportsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. I mean, the kidnapping isn't. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. A whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal.
Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean?
You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate— oops, I hit the button. A legitimate reason to arrest him. So how's it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? Oops.
The hand that feeds me. I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in a smuggling ring, right? Sure. No, I would never do such a thing. The heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. So Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? A courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. Prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. That's a fun point. Working in tandem. That's fun. Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang, and Zhengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
Thank you very much.
Haha, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance.
Maybe it's just Lang who's got a weird art style going on with him, now that I'm looking at everyone else.
Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself.
Miss Pomps, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pomps.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devore into cooperating.
Father,
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do. That was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind.
that is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Although there's no need to thank me.
No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, and he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know.
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me. Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return it to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe.
Ooh, fun. The end of that chapter, though.
Progress, yes. Alright. Oh, wow. Yeah. It's about time to feed the dog. So, I will be right back. I will feed the dog. Fill up my water. Oh, I need to feed the cats as well. I don't think I fed them this morning. I'll be back shortly. food. Rabbit has food. A squirrel had managed to open the can in which peanuts are stored, so I put some of the peanuts out for it so it would stay out of the can and not leave shells all over the porch like it did before. I believe everything's in order. We shall return to the game. Check out this flashback thing. How many episodes are there anyway? Just 5, okay. Turnabout reminiscence. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Alright, that seems good. What is this? Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it.
I ask the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say?
Did you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. You're saying that I'm the Yatagarasu. Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you stuck into the embassy.
You're claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu.
That's exactly what... Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've gotta believe me. Maybe we're going a little fast. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. September 10th, 3:20 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Oh, you. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind, as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in courts at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet, I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byron Faraday, gave the order. Huh! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byron Faraday? He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there's no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Byron Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. What evidence do I have? None of it. My mentor said it was more chic to keep it in my pocket. So, you achieved a firm understanding of the case. Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood? The murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. Dade Okay. The victim, Mr. Dademan, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of a murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Val claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dade Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rell as the murderer. That's less clear than it could be, but sure. The act of Mr. Rell firing the gun could clearly be seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Byron Faraday. Byron. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I've failed to study hard enough. Even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, I must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. KG-8 incident overview are jotted down in my organizer. Reference materials regarding the KG-8 incident, I received them from my mentor. You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Let's read them over. Kodopian Embassy staff member Manny Kochan found not guilty. The victim, Miss CCU. A shadow over the Amano Group? What's its relation to the smuggling ring? Number is expected to hit 166 our peak year and approved, and now 200% something or other. This appears to just be some text they've copied from somewhere. It's repeating everywhere. 1 million deaths nationwide in 2007. Yikes. You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodopian Embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochan was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Huh. If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 influence as well, incident as well. Influence now. That's right. Now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You are catching on. The victim was murdered just before his date in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it is being called the second KG-8 incident? Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. Great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I'd better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian Embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian Embassy itself. Since the item the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu was getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day as the staff member was killed. criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Autogarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Autogarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday, he happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Autogarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Autogarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister.
Did you need something?
I want to trade these coins with you.
A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you have exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Thanks, that's exactly what I needed.
That child be here to watch the trial. How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. You know how much time there is left before the trial resumes. I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Because it's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. September 10th, 4 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Judge isn't here yet. Nor is anyone else, looks like. So what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Here's the judge. Ah, he must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Ugh. You look weird like this. Hear this will be your first trial. Look forward to seeing how you perform. Honestly, looks weird enough to be a different person. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I've sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However, yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! How are you? Silence! There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once.
Please, wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday, and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor.
What? September 10th, District Court Hallway. Stay back. No one's allowed on the crime scene, period. So who does this oddball think he is?
This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney?
Hey, you, no running in the hallway, pal.
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. Time for some civil discourse.
Ants.
The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. It looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of on karma, I refuse to back down. I won. Okay, you don't care about the ants. Probably no one does. I'm looking around the room. Door. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. Fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. Poster on the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort in tiny letters on the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I'd better get a move on. Thanks. A drink vending machine. Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Interesting foods. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. And you are...
Oh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name's Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about this incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Oh, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze.
Our detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
And Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Detective Gumshoe's testimony jotted down in my organizer. Was in on hall duty. Other than gunshot, didn't hear sign of a struggle. Garbage cans. Nope. Do you have a minute?
You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this.
I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court.
Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh?
I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice.
Do not take me, sir, for some naive novice. You're a student of Von Karma. I should. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay?
I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort.
Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Castillo Yu. Callisto. Duh. Callisto Yu. And if you are telling the truth, then we are about to go head to head in court.
Ah, but of course. I have heard of you. I have heard much about you, Miss Yu.
But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare.
Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there?
If that's the case, then why are you here?
What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened.
That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad, homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid.
Kid?
I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on this situation. Can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me?
Is he going for his gun?
It's just the mirror.
How dare he trick me like that?
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade. He had a gun in his hand. Stabbed. The other man, a Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then They must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy's really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not? Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Mr. Yu, there is someone here who wishes to see you. No, it wasn't Miss Yu. Miss Yu, there is someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Kodopian Embassy staff member by the name of Manny Kochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second, wasn't Manny Kochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Oh no. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Oh, hello. Bad. And Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. It's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of the crime. Only he would get a promotion and move on. It's a crime scene where it's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. Man I just passed by. Is he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. So what is that man doing wandering around here? But Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. But proved his guilt in 3 minutes. On Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. Placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Why are you able to do that? Hi. You're like, what, 15? Probably. Younger than that, maybe? You're only like 18 or so in the game. And this is taking place... When is this taking place? 7 years in the past from the main events of the game, but when was that? Presumably sometime around... No, it would have been after the second game when she was introduced, because that would be why she was off doing things elsewhere, right? She's like, what, 11, 12? Franziska, what are you doing here?
I'm here for summer vacation. What else?
Franziska von Karma. So she's here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and a student of his who's also a junior to me.
You're the one who's a junior to me, and don't you forget it.
You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you?
If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never!
How old are you? Do I have that in here? You're not here. Show up so I can look at that. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Why are you meowing? What is it?
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him.
That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? We're gonna let both of these kids loose on the crime scene. Huh. This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene. Bad. I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth. Franziska. I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir.
Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold off, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Franziska.
This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
Would it kill you to at least say hello?
Long time no see.
Very good.
Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
She hasn't changed a bit. You have like a crop.
Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name.
Crying out loud, I'm introduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through with facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously.
Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking.
What are you talking about?
I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
A competition?
The person that figures out the truth first wins.
So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name.
Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth.
Fine, whatever makes you happy.
I take that as you accepting my challenge.
Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids over there, hold it! Kid!
Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
Said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
You're like 12. I'll do as I please. I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Do we have that information in here yet? Yes. Kid. 13. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
And you prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, right? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. If you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He is so naive. Defendant lobby number 2. Begin investigation. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopan embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start. Had the knife on him from the start as well. What's on it? It's got, looks like the embassy's that flower that was on the flag. Got some clouds and stems also. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? Then why does Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Maybe you've gone right in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. What's that noise? Oh, it sounds like people are here. That's fine. Not yet. I feel it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Alright, let's look around. You're following me and you're standing here. What do you think?
I see.
Did you figure something out?
This is a competition, Miles. And as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me.
As you wish. Open window, but some bars on it. The window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ugh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. You think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through the window, pal. I wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? No human can climb through those barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Why would poking the screen turn it on? Ah! That's way too noisy.
You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. What's on now? The TV has been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything. Shoo, you know what will happen to you if you touch something again. Right? I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, alright? I was planning to do so anyway. Bag. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. Suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. You just not pay attention to anything you do. Some sleeves. There's some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. The tea set and plastic bags on top of the table are completely undisturbed. Not much of a struggle then. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off? Plant. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Looks like the sofa is ready to be disposed of. It's so soft, I could sleep for all 25 hours a day on this thing. If only I could dispose of him. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, Detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me. It's this guy. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Plastic bags used to store evidence are strewn all over the floor. One of them has blood on it, which is interesting. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is that. What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's look at this. Are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, Detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, when it's this guy. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Okay, so you can just get that two places. What's on your hand? His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Mr. Faraday has ink on his left hand. Why is there ink on such a place anyway? Is he left-handed? He was maybe doing some writing?
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
Feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
What's your face? Mr. Faraday. Ironic it is for him to lose his life in the courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say.
Can't believe it happened.
I can't believe it happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing this investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
And get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder.
Right, I'm on it, pal.
First, he killed a Kodopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know?
Oh, what makes you say that?
Oh, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So, yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dademan.
Hey, good point. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yep, do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Looks like Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it.
And he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
And Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rell's hand. Here's the gun. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So, he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun?
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh?
Or, I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh?
Oh, I fully mixed up who was saying what. So he shot Mr. Rell, then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun.
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Was Faraday's evidence from Embassy's staff killing case found in his hand? Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible.
What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are.
I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you?
I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it.
Labby.
Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir.
There you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not.
What?
You took enough photos.
Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you?
Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Okay. Rest and Time inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Pen. Something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. This fountain pen in Mr. Faraday's pocket has an especially nice nib.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yeah, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see?
I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Lobby.
Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir.
Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Mr. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand.
That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right?
Levy, your answer.
Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun.
How? He didn't have an exit wound on his back. Did you dig the bullet out of his chest while you were turning him over? I don't feel like you could have done that.
Ballistic markings are,
on the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal.
Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy.
Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will you?
So, the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Shot in the chest.
It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
They didn't have you doing training with them? Just like on a firing range or something? There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean...
Wait, burn marks?
A round grows very hot as it is just discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Almost like 3 feet. How would they have collapsed on top of each other then? Handgun data updated my organizer. Found in Faraday's hand. Bullet that killed Rell was fired from a few yards away.
You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. I didn't get to look at the knife yet. Mother. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. And the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case.
What a crazy way to go.
Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. No, that doesn't make sense, really. Notes pertaining... Okay, that's just notes general. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Probably Paul, you've opened the curtain and shined the sun into my eyes. Well, I think we should use these. First off, fountain pen in pocket and ink stain. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be ink from his fountain pen. Holy ball. The sun.
Oh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe.
Let's see. Making sure everything is working. Yes.
Good to check that over every now and then. I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life.
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
Mr. Faraday's fountain pen jotted down in my organizer. Fountain pen used by left-handed Faraday. Looks like it has quality nib. Suppose we do this. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there.
Another reason.
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Hey, please get that blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so. I leave it in your hands, pal.
One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it.
I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. And the theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility.
No way, pal, really?
I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. And first of all, I expected every looking nook and cranny. Cool. I want to look at the knife. I didn't do that yet. Looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding.
Ouch!
What's wrong, Detective?
My stomach started to hurt just from thinking about being stabbed.
Just keep your mind on the case, alright?
Eureka!
Now we've come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case.
Are you sure we know everything?
Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. I think it's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt.
Do you really believe that to be the truth?
Are you saying that Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is.
Don't worry, I will. What happened?
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, and therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Faraday's death was instantaneous. Survived for a short time.
Hold it!
Ha! Probably gonna stop after this argument fuck thing. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously?
I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement?
Your foolishness has no end, does it? I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need.
Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed.
You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So, the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday.
Hello, Hollyball. You didn't mess anything up, did you, Princess? No, it looks fine.
The messy contradiction of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound.
Can you really say that it's perfect?
What are you insinuating?
Nothing, however, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony.
Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
About his statement.
Mr. Rell used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do.
How does one compare the damage of her crop to... How can one compare the damage that her crop can do with the state of this room?
Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that will be fine. Those are the facts of this case.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation is fact already. Don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Bell. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here that you can whip a whip at. Looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And looking at this place, she might have a right to me. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. Looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won our little competition. There's something strange about Francesca's theory. I should compare her claim to the data I've gathered thus far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How, then, did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. I believe it's in here. Discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. And died night stabbed instantaneous. Okay, so it's in here.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Franziska, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here, in this crime scene is... Order the bodies fell. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back.
Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled.
No.
Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday.
Impossible.
Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is...
No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth.
What now?
I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent.
She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Alright, what do you say now? Hold on. Moving my legs. What happened part 2?
It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest they fell in the opposite order.
I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. It's gonna be the distance. We gotta get something that'll point out the distance, so we'll probably have to press it or say something more specific.
Hold it!
About that.
Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think? You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools.
That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell.
Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute?
Ouch! Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours.
Oh, I'll hold on to it all right, as I whip you. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. The two bodies fell into a pile.
Hold it!
The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange?
Not at all.
I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart.
Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time?
I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling, stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Yes, it's possible, but...
Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got.
Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony.
I don't see any point to that, but as you please. That fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range.
Hold it!
You're saying that they attacked each other at the same time from close range.
Exactly. Mr. Faraday pointed the gun at Mr. Rell's chest and pulled the trigger. Mr. Rell then took the knife from Mr. Faraday and stabbed him before he fell unconscious. The dead Mr. Faraday instantly fell on top of Mr. Rell from the stabbing. pinning Mr. Rel under him, where he died shortly thereafter. And that's how they ended up on top of each other, with no contradictions to be seen. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order.
Hold it!
Do you really believe they fell in the exact opposite order in which they attacked?
Miles Edgeworth, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Rel fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Rel died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened.
So the two men attacked each other with Mr. Rel randomly falling down first. The fact that the order they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect I'm having trouble swallowing. Okay, close range, incorrect.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. Two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation.
What a completely foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who?
The person that attacked first with the murderous intent, that would be third party, perhaps. Because he didn't shoot, and the knife doesn't make sense. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit.
Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing.
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If the third person was truly here that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup, made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves they're the third person involved? This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? It seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens. That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine. Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. This looks like a quality nib. Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, this is really... got ink all over my hand. Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with the evidence like that again. Okay. That doesn't help. Gumshoe was heard. Died to the chest. Bullet wound in the chest. No gunpowder burn. Shot a few yards away. This is something else entirely. How do you get so much blood on that?
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from it from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Looks like we've still got a long ways to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Hello, who are you? You. Well, what the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What? What's the meaning of this?
Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie.
Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement.
I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway.
What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set up this whole crime scene is that detective. Which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you are now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Spit out the truth or so help me.
I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly.
Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all.
Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time?
Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay?
But there's testimony against...
Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct?
Huh? No, of course not, pal.
You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me?
Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence.
Suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point.
Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace.
Ugh. Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask? I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir.
Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here.
Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation.
You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice.
Gumshoe's motive.
It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, nitwit, nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a judge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstood me. You misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se. And there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. This used perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all.
I think I should stop at some point.
It was about a week ago.
Hold it!
A week ago. And you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances.
No way. I only met him in person today.
And how did you know about Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, I've seen him around before. Saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset.
Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. there he was, totally beet red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
Oh, poor man.
That was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit."
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you.
Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to stay clear of him. No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do. Huh? What have I got stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Oh man, with your head, messing with your head is just too much fun.
Miss Hugh, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. I don't know.
Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that.
I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threatened to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did.
It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Did you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier.
Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect.
Is it not to your liking?
Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards.
Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell?
His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know.
If there was no clear motive for both the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves?
Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? That's impossible. She must have something.
Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh.
Didn't even do anything. You're already laughing away.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway.
Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation.
Perfectness, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up.
I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second.
Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. I think we should be able to say, this guy, suspect in the KG8 incident. The other guy was the prosecutor against him, and this guy... You were involved, right? You were involved somehow. Let me read this over. That's not helpful. The CCU... You or you? Still, the second KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. There's someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them. Oh, let's kill the men. That's right.
Hold it!
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. But I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove the killer had a grudge against both men. What you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men.
Hold it!
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? The only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder.
Hold it!
So you were saying that he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness... Your Honor. Oh yeah, the judge is here, isn't he? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective... What? Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here. Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality. Please forgive me. I know not what I do. And you there, see you. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rell. Well, therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they killed each other.
Hold it!
I didn't do it, pal! No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously.
But I can't even begin to think of ways to set up a crime scene.
I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing.
You have to kick a man while he's down, pal.
You shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right, and I worked real hard at it, too.
I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit her explanation makes sense. However, there's also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. I can't present these, so I just done that. Because nothing else relates to that guy at all, really. So.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? You're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopen embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopen embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both these men?
Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still suspect, make no mistake about that. Perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it!
You will stay under my authority and go and investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. Hold on, who's texting me? Check that the door is closed. Check a door. Sure not closed. Back to it. How was it? I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any leak out. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. So I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No, wait. Come on, Detective Bad. You've got to believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself is as good as a confession of guilt.
I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes.
And if that detective really wanted to prove that he's innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Detective Bad.
Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone?
Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh?
Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about.
What is it?
To set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's desecration of the dead. Everything is neat and tidy on top of the table, and with not a single disturbance in sight. Alright, what do you want?
So, what did you want to ask me about?
The current case of the murdered Kodopen Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident.
Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it?
I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers.
No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident.
I'd appreciate it if you stopped with false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know?
I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here.
Think you could stop making that ultra serious face in front of me?
Like, if you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Now we can present objects and it'll do something. Wonderful. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident.
That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident?
Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will notice that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case?
Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help it.
Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth.
Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU.
As I thought.
And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree.
All because of a lack of evidence.
No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist.
What?
I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence.
And the evidence had been tampered with.
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along.
How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured that he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already.
Finally, I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. Ask around, people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Yes, I wasn't much help, huh?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we?
Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see.
Look at you with your game face on, ready to go.
I'm making no such face.
Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time?
I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter.
There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up.
KG-8 incident hence murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth.
To be continued. And now we're at a good place to stop. I meant to stop a while ago. Why do we keep jumping down? I didn't do that. Whatever. It's fine though. Yes, it's quite late. It's quite late. I'm not doing that. We're leaving. Anyway. I just saved. It's fine. Just go. Anyway. So that's that. We can continue with episode 4 next time on Friday. You know, things are interesting. We still haven't gotten that white cloth thing that was supposed to be important. We'll see how things go. Yes. On Friday, I will be back with more of this. Also at 7. That's really all there is, I suppose. Have a nice day. Goodbye.